Welcome to Whispering Willows Sleep, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight. And, if you wish, what's on your mind? I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And, if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The evening air at Dover Station tasted of salt and coal smoke, a peculiar marriage of sea and industry that clung to the throat like a whisper refusing to fade. It was the 5th of October, 1895, and the gas lamps along the platform had just begun their nightly vigil, casting pools of amber light that trembled in the coastal breeze. The Dover-Calais Express stood waiting at Platform 3, its dark green carriages gleaming with fresh polish, each window reflecting the dying light of an autumn day that had stretched itself thin across the Kent coastline. Sherlock Holmes stood perfectly still amid the chaos of departure, his tall frame a study in contemplative stillness, while porters rushed past with luggage trolleys that clattered and complained against the worn platform stones. His grey eyes traced the length of the train with the unhurried attention of a man reading poetry, noting the way the first-class carriages sat heavier on their springs, the slight listing of the mail van at the rear, the nervous energy of the engine that hissed and sighed like something alive and impatient. Beside him, Dr. John Watson shifted his medical bag from one hand to the other, breathing in the evening air with the satisfaction of a man who had spent too many days confined to London's fog-thick streets. "The Channel crossing always feels like an escape, doesn't it?" Watson said, his voice warm with the anticipation of travel, "even if we're only going as far as Paris." Holmes turned his head slightly, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "An escape suggests we are fleeing something, Watson. I prefer to think of it as a temporary relocation of our sphere of observation." He paused, watching a young couple struggle with an oversized trunk. Though I confess the absence of Mrs. Hudson's concerned inquiries about my eating habits does provide a certain tranquility. The station hummed with the particular energy that gathering places possess at the hour of transition, when day begins its slow surrender to night, and people become anonymous shadows moving between pools of light. A flower seller called out her final offerings of the day, her voice rising and falling in a practiced melody that competed with the sharp whistles of the platform guards. Somewhere a child laughed, the sound bright and brief as a struck match. The smell of roasted chestnuts drifted from a vendor's cart, mingling with the ever-present coal smoke, and the deeper, older scent of the sea that rolled in from the harbour just beyond the station's eastern wall. Dover Station, in the autumn of 1895, was more than a departure point. It was a threshold between worlds, a place where Victorian England's industrial confidence met the ancient mystery of the Channel crossing. The Dover-Calais route represented the triumph of modern engineering over historical isolation, a twice-daily assertion that distance and water were merely obstacles to be scheduled around. The trains that made this journey carried diplomats and merchants, tourists and emigrants, criminals and priests, all compressed into the same iron vessel for the duration of their crossing. The station itself understood its importance. wore it in the polished brass of its fittings and the proud arch of its departure hall, where the ceiling rose high enough to accommodate the ambitions of an empire that measured its reach in railways and steamship routes. Holmes and Watson moved toward their carriage with the easy coordination of long companionship, their steps synchronized without conscious effort. The platform beneath their feet was worn smooth by a decade of departures, each footfall a small contribution to the slow erosion of stone that marked the passage of thousands of travellers before them. The first-class carriage waited with its door open, a porter standing ready, with the practised patience of a man who had learned to read the difference between passengers who would tip generously and those who would not. "First-class compartments, gentlemen?" the porter asked, though his eyes had already assessed their clothes, their bearing, their luggage, and arrived at the correct conclusion. "Indeed," Watson replied, handing over their tickets. "Compartment 7, I believe." "Very good, sir. A fine compartment, quiet-like, away from the noise of the coupling." The porter took Watson's medical bag with the careful respect due to a physician's tools, and Holmes's smaller valise with equal attention. "The channel's calm tonight, sirs. Should be a pleasant crossing once we make it to Calais." Holmes nodded, pressing a coin into the porter's palm with the absent efficiency of a man whose mind was already elsewhere. "Tell me, has the train been busy this evening?" "Moderately so, sir. Not as full as the weekend runs, but respectable." The porter glanced along the platform, lowering his voice slightly. "Got a few interesting types, if you know what I mean. Fellow in compartment 5 hasn't stopped checking his pocket watch since he boarded. Makes my body nervous, just watching him." "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, though whether he referred to the information or merely acknowledged it remained unclear. He stepped up into the carriage with the fluid grace of a cat, Watson following with slightly more deliberate care. The corridor of the first-class carriage was a study in Victorian luxury. Attempting to forget it was travelling at 60 miles per hour. The walls were panelled in rich mahogany that gleamed with years of careful polishing. Each board fitted so precisely that the seams were barely visible, even in the direct glow of the gas lamps that lined the ceiling. The carpet beneath their feet was thick enough to silence footsteps, its pattern of burgundy and gold repeated in the curtains that hung at each compartment door. The air here was different from the platform, warmer, closer, carrying the scent of wood polish, leather, and the faint musk of expensive cigars smoked by previous travellers. Compartment 7 revealed itself as they slid open its door, a private world of padded comfort designed to insulate its occupants from the reality of industrial travel. 2 velvet benches faced each other across a space just wide enough for propriety, their cushions deep enough to cradle a body through hours of rhythmic motion. The walls continued the mahogany theme, interrupted by brass fixtures that caught the lamplight and threw it back in warm gleams. A small table folded down from beneath the window, its surface inlaid with a pattern of lighter wood that suggested someone had once cared about beauty in functional spaces. Above each bench, luggage nets waited in patient readiness, their rope webbing casting delicate shadows against the ceiling. Watson settled himself by the window with a satisfied sigh, arranging his coat and adjusting his position until he found the precise angle of comfort. Holmes took the opposite bench, his long legs crossing at the ankle, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, in an attitude of contemplation that Watson had learned could last anywhere from 5 minutes to 5 hours. "I do hope," Watson said, pulling out a small leather-bound volume from his coat pocket, "that this journey might pass without incident. A peaceful crossing, some decent French wine in Paris, perhaps a visit to the Louvre." "Hope," Holmes replied, his eyes fixed on something beyond the window where the platform continued its evening ballet of departure, "is a pleasant enough companion for a journey, though I find observation more reliable." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "And speaking of observation, there goes your nervous gentleman from Compartment 5. Watson leaned forward to look, catching a glimpse of a man hurrying past their window. Middle-aged, well-dressed in a style that suggested old money trying not to advertise itself, moving with the peculiar gait of someone who wishes to appear casual while actually being quite urgent. The man carried a leather valise clutched against his chest, rather than swinging naturally at his side, and his head turned left and right with the frequency of someone expecting pursuit. "Merely anxious about the crossing, perhaps," Watson suggested, though his tone carried the faint uncertainty of a man who had learned to trust his friend's instincts. "Perhaps." Holmes settled back into his seat, but his eyes remained alert, tracking sounds and movements beyond their compartment with the attention of a hunting animal at rest. "Though I note he boards the Dover-Calais Express, clutching his luggage as if it contained the crown jewels, glances over his shoulder every 7 seconds, I counted, and chose a compartment in the middle of the carriage, equidistant from both exits. Either he is fleeing something, or he possesses something he fears losing. Possibly both." The train jolted gently as the final couplings were secured, a ripple of motion that travelled through the carriages like a shiver. Outside, a whistle pierced the evening air, sharp, authoritative, final. The platform began to slide backward, or perhaps it was the train moving forward. In that first moment of departure, the distinction became pleasantly unclear. The gas lamps of Dover station stretched into lines of light, blurred by motion and the gathering dusk, while the faces of those left behind became indistinct sketches of humanity, waving or still or already turning away toward their own destinations. The rhythm established itself slowly, the clack of wheels against rail joints, the slight sway of the carriage, the deeper rumble of motion that could be felt more than heard. Holmes closed his eyes briefly, and Watson knew him well enough to recognize this not as sleep, but as a form of active listening, his friend's remarkable mind cataloguing and filing the sounds of their journey, establishing a baseline against which any anomaly would stand out, like a sour note in a symphony. The train carried them through Dover's outskirts, past rows of workers' cottages that pressed against the railway line with the resigned proximity of neighbours who had long since stopped noticing the noise. Washing hung in darkening gardens, pale ghosts of domesticity swaying in the evening breeze. Smoke rose from chimneys in straight columns that the wind had not yet troubled, each marking a hearth, a family, a small island of warmth against the coming night. In one window, a single candle burned, and Watson found himself wondering about the person who had lit it. Were they reading? Writing a letter? Waiting for someone to come home? The countryside opened up as Dover fell behind, and the train picked up speed with the satisfied confidence of a horse given its head on familiar ground. The fields of Kent spread out in the failing light, divided by hedgerows that had stood for centuries, marking boundaries that meant everything to those who worked the land, and nothing to those who merely pass through. Here and there, a farmhouse crouched against the landscape, its windows glowing with the warm promise of evening meals and families gathering after the day's labour. There is something deeply satisfying about train travel, Watson mused, his book temporarily forgotten in his lap. The sense of purpose, the steady progress toward a destination. It appeals to the military man in me, I suppose, the idea that one is advancing according to a plan. Holmes opened his eyes, turning his gaze to his companion with an expression that mingled affection and amusement. And yet, my dear Watson, the plan exists primarily for the train. We are merely cargo, packages being delivered according to a timetable written by men we will never meet. The illusion of purpose is part of the first-class ticket price. You have, Watson said with a smile, an extraordinary talent for making comfort sound like conspiracy. Not conspiracy, merely accurate observation of the transactional nature of modern travel. We pay for the illusion of control while surrendering entirely to the schedule, the track, the decisions of the driver we cannot see. It is a very Victorian arrangement when you consider it. All the appearance of individual agency wrapped around an infrastructure of absolute determinism. The light continued to fade, and the train rushed on through the deepening dusk, carrying its cargo of hopes and fears, secrets and certainties, toward the ancient water that separated England from the continent. In compartment 7, 2 men sat in comfortable silence, one reading, one thinking, both unaware that elsewhere in their carriage, behind a locked door in compartment 5, something waited that would transform their peaceful crossing into something else entirely. But that revelation lay ahead, in the hours yet to come. For now, there was only the gentle rocking of the carriage, the rhythmic song of wheels on rails, and the soft approach of night across the English countryside, settling like a blanket over fields and villages, and the iron track that cut through them both, carrying its passengers toward whatever the evening held. The Dover-Calais Express rolled on, and the platform at Dover Station stood empty behind them, its gas lamps burning for the next departure, the next set of travellers, the next journey into the gathering dark. The train settled into its rhythm as the last traces of Dover disappeared into the autumn dusk, and the carriages swayed with the hypnotic regularity of a pocket watch counting down the miles to Calais. Inside the first-class compartments, a small world existed, polished, privileged, and peculiarly removed from the industrial power that propelled it through the Kent countryside. The Dover-Calais Express represented more than mere transportation. It was a floating fragment of Victorian aspiration, a declaration that comfort and speed need not be enemies, that one could traverse the Channel route with all the dignity of a drawing-room intact. Holmes had fallen into one of his contemplative silences, his long fingers pressed together beneath his chin, his eyes half closed in that particular state of awareness that Watson had learned to recognize as active meditation rather than drowsiness. The detective's mind, Watson knew, was cataloguing everything. The sounds of fellow passengers moving through the corridor, the quality of the engine's rhythm, the way the carriage lights flickered when the train took a curve with particular enthusiasm. Nothing escaped Holmes's notice, even when he appeared to notice nothing at all. Watson had given up on his book after the 3rd paragraph refused to lodge in his memory, his attention drawn instead to the window where the darkening landscape rushed past in layers of shadow and occasional light. A farmhouse here, its windows golden with lamplight. A church spire there, pointing toward a sky that deepened from blue to indigo to something approaching black. The moon had not yet risen, but stars were beginning to prick through the gathering darkness, faint and tentative, as if uncertain of their welcome. The compartment door slid open with a soft whisper of wood against wood, and a porter appeared. Not the same man who had helped them board, but another of that invisible army of railway servants who kept the machinery of first-class travel running with quiet efficiency. He was younger than the Dover porter, with the kind of face that suggested he took his duties with utmost seriousness, each task a small mission to be accomplished with precision. "Pardon the intrusion, gentlemen," he said, his accent carrying the soft burr of Kent countryside beneath its layer of professional polish. "Just checking that everything is satisfactory. Can I bring you anything from the dining car? Tea, perhaps, or something stronger? We've a very fine brandy aboard this evening, French, naturally, seeing as that's where we're headed." Watson glanced at Holmes, who made a small gesture that might have meant anything or nothing. "Tea would be most welcome," Watson said, "and perhaps some biscuits, if available." "Of course, sir. 2 teas, and I'll see what the kitchen can provide." The porter paused, his hand on the doorframe. "Fair warning, gentlemen, we've got a full dining car this evening. Quite a varied crowd, if you take my meaning. Makes for interesting conversation, or so I'm told." "Interesting in what way?" Holmes asked, his eyes opening fully, suddenly alert with the focused intensity that preceded his more acute observations. The porter shifted slightly, clearly pleased to have engaged the attention of someone who actually listened. "Well, sir, there's a French perfume merchant in Compartment 2 who talks at great length about the superiority of Parisian scents over London's efforts. Says our English roses are too timid, need more boldness. Then there's an elderly widow in Compartment 8, travelling with 3 hat boxes and opinions about everything, from the Queen's Jubilee to the proper way to steep tea. And of course, there's the nervous gentleman in 5. He stopped abruptly, as if realizing he'd said too much. "Yes," Holmes prompted, his voice gentle but encouraging. "The nervous gentleman keeps his door locked, sir. Won't let anyone in to turn down the bed or refresh the water pitcher. Says he prefers his privacy, which is his right, of course. But it does make one wonder. Not that it's my place to wonder, mind you." The porter straightened, remembering his professional boundaries. "I'll fetch that tea, gentlemen." He disappeared into the corridor, and Watson heard his footsteps recede toward the front of the train, mixing with the endless percussion of wheels against rails. Holmes had already stood and moved to the compartment door, sliding it open a few inches to observe the corridor beyond. The mahogany-panelled passage stretched in both directions, lit at intervals by the brass gas lamps that cast pools of warm light between stretches of shadow. The carpet here was the same burgundy and gold as in their compartment, thick enough to muffle footsteps, but not quite thick enough to silence the constant creaking and settling of a train in motion. "Curiosity, Holmes?" Watson asked, though he already knew the answer. "Mere observation, Watson. I find that understanding one's immediate environment is never wasted effort." Holmes stepped into the corridor, his tall frame swaying slightly with the motion of the train, and Watson followed, drawn by the magnetic pull of his friend's attention. The corridor was a study in Victorian attempts to deny the reality of industrial travel. The walls gleamed with their mahogany panels, each one fitted so precisely that the seams were nearly invisible, a testament to craftsmen who took pride in making temporary spaces feel permanent. The brass fixtures, door handles, luggage rack supports, the frames around the gas lamps were polished to a mirror shine, reflecting distorted versions of the two men as they moved past. Small details revealed themselves to the attentive eye. The way certain panels showed slightly more wear, marking the spots where passengers habitually leaned while gazing out windows. The particular patina on the door handles, darker where countless hands had gripped them. The faint scent of coal smoke that no amount of wood polish could entirely mask, a reminder that luxury travelled on the back of industry's labour. They passed Compartment 6, its door slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of organised luggage and a gentleman's coat hung with precise care. Compartment 5, however, presented a different picture entirely. Its door was firmly closed, and a small brass plate beside it read, "Occupied, privacy requested." The curtain behind the door's window had been drawn completely shut, an unusual choice given that most passengers enjoyed watching the countryside pass, even after dark. Holmes paused, his head tilting slightly in an attitude of listening. Watson held his breath without quite knowing why, caught in the peculiar tension that his friend could generate with mere attention. For several seconds they stood in the swaying corridor, while the train rushed on through the darkness, and Watson became acutely aware of the sounds that surrounded them, the rhythmic clatter of wheels, the distant clinking of glasses from the dining car, the creak of wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes, and beneath it all the deep thrumming pulse of the engine that drove them forward. "Nothing," Holmes murmured, though whether in satisfaction or disappointment, Watson could not tell. Absolute silence from within. Either our nervous friend is remarkably still, or he's not present. "Perhaps he's sleeping," Watson suggested. "Some people find the motion of trains soporific." "Perhaps." Holmes moved on, passing the closed door with apparent disinterest, though Watson noted how his friend's eyes remained fixed on it until they'd moved well past. Or perhaps he's simply a man who values his privacy and has nothing more interesting about him than anxiety about channel crossings. Not everyone we encounter is the subject of a mystery, Watson. You don't believe that for a moment. Holmes's lips quivered in the smallest of smiles. "No, I don't. But one must maintain the fiction of impartiality, mustn't one?" They reached the connection between carriages, where a small platform separated their first-class carriage from the next. Here, the pretense of luxury gave way to function. Metal plates underfoot, the loud rattle of the coupling, and a blast of cold air that rushed up from the gap between carriages, carrying with it the raw smell of coal smoke and machine oil. It was like stepping briefly out of Victorian drawing-room fantasy and into industrial reality. A reminder that all the mahogany and brass in the world couldn't change the fundamental nature of what they were doing. Hurtling through darkness at speeds that would have seemed like magic to their grandparents. The dining car revealed itself as they crossed into the next carriage, its interior a marvel of compressed hospitality. Tables lined both sides of a central aisle, each set with white linen, crystal glasses, and silverware. that caught and multiplied the lamplight until the entire space seemed to glow. The car was perhaps 2/3 full, populated by the sort of travellers who could afford first-class tickets and enjoyed the social theatre of dining while in motion. At a corner table, a portly gentleman in a remarkably purple waistcoat held forth to a captive audience of 2 younger men, his hands gesturing expansively as he spoke. "The future of perfume," he declared in French-accented English, "lies not in timidity but in boldness. Your English roses, they whisper when they should sing. In Paris, we understand that a woman's scent should announce her arrival, not merely confirm it after she has passed." One of his companions, a thin man with spectacles that reflected the lamplight, ventured a response. "But surely, monsieur, there is something to be said for subtlety. The English aesthetic values understatement." Understatement. The perfume merchant, for clearly that was what he was, threw up his hands in theatrical despair. Understatement is for those who have nothing worth stating. Give me boldness, give me complexity, give me a scent that tells a story rather than merely existing as a pleasant background detail. Watson caught Holmes's eye and saw his friend's expression of amused tolerance, the look of a man observing human nature with the detached interest of a natural philosopher examining an interesting specimen. They moved past the perfume merchant's table, navigating the narrow aisle with the careful balance required in a moving train. Further along, near the car's far end, sat the elderly widow the porter had mentioned. She was a formidable presence despite her small stature, dressed in deep purple that suggested mourning had evolved into a permanent state rather than a temporary condition. Her 3 hat boxes were indeed visible, stacked carefully on the seat beside her, and she was engaged in animated conversation with a younger woman whose expression suggested she had not chosen this dialogue voluntarily. "The Queen's Jubilee," the widow was saying, her voice carrying the absolute certainty of someone who expected the world to arrange itself according to her opinions, "was a magnificent affair, naturally, but I do think the arrangements in Hyde Park could have been better organized. In my day, we understood the importance of proper queuing. Now it's every man for himself, and where does that lead? Chaos, my dear, absolute chaos." The younger woman made a sound that might have been agreement or merely acknowledgement, her eyes darting toward the window as if calculating the distance to freedom. Holmes and Watson returned to the coupling platform, breathing in the cold night air that rushed up from below. And Watson found himself thinking about the strangeness of train travel, how it compressed humanity into small spaces, forced strangers into proximity, created temporary communities that would dissolve as completely as morning mist once the journey ended. Everyone in these carriages was travelling toward something or away from something, carrying their hopes and fears and secrets in leather valises and locked compartments. "The perfume merchant," Holmes said suddenly, his voice almost lost in the noise of the coupling, "is exactly what he appears to be, a man who has built his identity around his profession and cannot help but perform it constantly. The widow is lonely and fills the void with opinions. The young woman with her is trapped by social obligation to endure conversation she doesn't want. All perfectly ordinary, perfectly explicable." "And the nervous gentleman in compartment 5? Watson asked. Holmes turned his grey eyes toward his friend, and in them Watson saw the spark of genuine interest that preceded his friend's more elaborate investigations. Him I find interesting precisely because he fails to perform. Everyone else on this train is engaged in some form of social theatre, playing their role in the shared fiction of civilized travel. But our friend in 5 has withdrawn from the performance entirely. That suggests either profound antisocial tendencies or a secret that requires protection. They made their way back to Compartment 7, arriving just as the porter appeared with a tray bearing a teapot, 2 cups, a small jug of milk, and a plate of biscuits that proved to be quite excellent. Thin, crisp, with a hint of butter and sugar that suggested someone in the kitchen understood that first-class passengers expected quality even in small things. "Your tea, gentlemen," the porter said, setting the tray on the folding table with practiced care, despite the train's constant motion. "Will there be anything else?" "This is perfect, thank you," Watson replied, reaching for his wallet. The porter accepted the tip with a small bow and retreated into the corridor, pulling their door closed behind him. Holmes poured the tea with the careful attention he brought to all physical tasks, even simple ones, his long fingers manipulating pot and cup with the precision of a surgeon or a violinist. Steam rose from the cups, carrying with it the familiar comfort of Earl Grey, and for a moment the compartment held a perfect stillness. 2 friends, warm light, the ritual of tea, and the endless song of wheels against rails carrying them through the darkness toward the channel. Outside, Kent continued to slip past, invisible now except for occasional lights that marked human habitation. The moon had risen while they explored the train, a thin crescent that hung low in the eastern sky, its pale light barely touching the landscape below. The train rushed on, eating distance with mechanical appetite, drawing closer with each passing mile to the coast where France waited across dark water. Watson sipped his tea and felt contentment settle over him like a familiar coat. This was what he enjoyed about travelling with Holmes, the perfect balance between observation and comfort, the sense that even routine journeys could contain hidden depths if one only knew how to look for them. But comfort, as Watson had learned over years of friendship with the world's only consulting detective, was often merely the prelude to disruption. Somewhere ahead in the darkness, Calais waited, and somewhere much closer, in Compartment 5, a locked door held its silence, and a nervous man clutched his secrets close while the Dover-Calais Express carried him toward whatever waited at journey's end. The tea grew cool in their cups. The biscuits disappeared, consumed in comfortable silence, and the train rolled on through the autumn night, its rhythm steady, its destination certain, its cargo of human complexity hidden behind mahogany panels and drawn curtains, secrets travelling at 60 miles per hour toward the ancient water that separated nations and kept its own counsel about what it had seen pass over its surface through the centuries. The train had been travelling for nearly an hour when the rhythm changed. Not the mechanical rhythm. The wheels still clattered against rail joints with metronomic precision. The engine still pulled with its steady industrial heartbeat. But something more subtle, a shift in the human atmosphere of the carriage that registered first as a feeling rather than a fact. Watson noticed it before he could name it, a tension that seemed to seep through the mahogany panels like cold air through a poorly sealed window. Holmes noticed it too, his eyes opening from their half-closed state of meditation, his head lifting with the alert attention of a hound catching an unexpected scent. For a moment, neither man spoke, both listening to sounds that weren't quite sounds, the absence of the porter's footsteps making their regular rounds, a muffled conversation somewhere forward in the carriage that carried an edge of urgency, the way the normal settling noises of first-class travel had been replaced by something that felt like held breath. "Do you hear that?" Watson asked, though the question was rhetorical. Holmes always heard everything. "The absence of normalcy," Holmes replied, already rising from his seat with fluid grace. "Something has disrupted the train's social equilibrium. Fascinating how quickly one becomes accustomed to patterns and how immediately one notices their disruption." He slid open their compartment door and stepped into the corridor, Watson close behind. The passage was empty in their immediate vicinity, but toward the front of the carriage, near where the corridor opened onto the coupling platform, a small cluster of figures had gathered. 2 porters, the conductor in his dark uniform with brass buttons that caught the lamplight, and a woman in travelling clothes who appeared to be explaining something with considerable animation, her hands moving in emphatic gestures. The gas lamps along the corridor flickered slightly as the train took a gentle curve, their light dancing across the polished wood and creating momentary shadows that stretched and contracted like living things. The carpet beneath their feet muffled their footsteps as Holmes and Watson moved toward the gathering, but the creaking of the carriage itself announced their approach. Wood expanding and contracting with the train's motion, metal fittings settling, of the constant symphony of a structure in movement. As they drew closer, Watson caught fragments of the conversation, words tumbling over each other in the way of people trying to explain something unusual, while simultaneously trying to convince themselves it might be nothing at all. "Definitely something dark, I tell you. Probably just spilled wine, madam. These things happen. Won't answer, though, and the door's locked tight. Regulations say we can't force entry without proper cause." Holmes arrived at the periphery of the group with Watson at his side, and the conductor turned toward them with the expression of a man grateful for any distraction from a problem he hadn't yet decided how to solve. He was middle-aged, with the kind of weathered face that suggested years of managing the small crises that arose when humans travelled in enclosed spaces at high speeds. But his eyes now held uncertainty that went beyond routine difficulties. "Gentlemen," he said, relief evident in his voice, "forgive the disturbance. We seem to have a small situation." "Situation?" Watson asked, his medical training immediately suggesting possibilities. A passenger taken ill, perhaps, or injured in some way. It was one of the porters who answered, the same young man who had served them tea earlier, and his face had lost some of its professional composure. "It's compartment 5, sir, the gentleman who wanted his privacy. There's something seeping from under his door." Holmes's attention sharpened instantly, his entire body seeming to focus like light through a lens. "Seeping?" "Come see for yourself, sir," the porter said, stepping aside to allow them passage. "We're not quite sure what to make of it." They moved as a group down the corridor, the conductor leading, the woman, who Watson now recognized as the young lady who had been trapped in conversation with the elderly widow in the dining car, following behind with her hand pressed to her mouth. The elderly widow herself had emerged from compartment 8 and stood in her doorway, her sharp eyes taking in everything with the avid interest of someone who had found their evening unexpectedly enriched with drama. Compartment 5's door remained firmly closed, its brass handle gleaming innocently in the lamplight, the small privacy requested sign still in place. But beneath the door, just visible against the burgundy carpet, a thin, dark line had appeared, a liquid of some kind, seeping slowly from the sealed space beyond, spreading with the deliberate patience of something that had all the time in the world. Watson knelt immediately, his medical instincts overriding social propriety, and leaned closer to examine the substance without touching it. The light was not ideal, the corridor's lamps casting shadows that made precise observation difficult, but certain qualities revealed themselves none the less. The liquid was dark, almost black in the dim light, but when a slight sway of the train caused it to catch the lamp at a particular angle, it showed a deep crimson undertone. It had viscosity, moved slowly, left a residue on the carpet fibres that suggested organic origin rather than mechanical fluid or spilled beverage. "Dear God," Watson breathed, his physician's mind arriving at the obvious conclusion with reluctant certainty. "That's blood." The words fell into the corridor like stones into still water, creating ripples of reaction that spread through the small gathered crowd. The young woman gasped audibly. The elderly widow drew in her breath with a sharp hiss that might have been shock or might have been satisfaction at having her evening's entertainment elevated to genuine tragedy. One of the porters made a small sound in the back of his throat and took a step backward. Holmes, however, remained perfectly still, his grey eyes fixed not on the blood itself, but on the door, the frame, the way the liquid had spread, the pattern it made against the carpet. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tall frame slightly bent to better observe. And Watson recognized this posture. It was the stance Holmes adopted when his remarkable mind was processing multiple observations simultaneously, building theories and discarding them, constructing and deconstructing possibilities at a speed that left normal cognition far behind. "Has anyone attempted to enter?" Holmes asked, his voice calm, almost conversational, as if they were discussing something of no more consequence than the weather. "The door is locked from the inside, sir," the conductor replied, his professional composure beginning to fray at the edges. "I knocked several times. There's been no response. I was about to use my master key, but the regulations are quite clear about respecting passenger privacy, and I thought—" "The regulations," Holmes interrupted gently, "were written for situations considerably less urgent than blood seeping from a locked compartment. I suggest we dispense with regulatory concerns in favor of more immediate humanitarian ones. Watson, your medical opinion?" Watson stood, his knees protesting slightly. Too many years of military service and London's damp weather, and met his friend's eyes. If that's blood, and the quantity suggests it might be, then someone inside could be severely injured. Time may be critical. "There you have it, conductor," Holmes said. "I believe you have both medical necessity and the testimony of a qualified physician to justify entry. Your master key, if you please." The conductor fumbled in his waistcoat pocket, producing a ring of keys that clinked softly as his hands shook slightly. "Yes, of course. You're quite right. It's just one doesn't expect on a routine crossing. Life," Holmes observed, "has a notorious disregard for our expectations. The key?" The conductor stepped forward, selecting a brass key from the ring and inserting it into the lock with the careful movements of someone performing an action they'd rather not be performing. The mechanism clicked softly, a small sound that seemed loud in the tense silence of the corridor. He turned the handle, pushed gently, and the door moved inward, perhaps an inch, before stopping against some resistance. "It's blocked," the conductor said, pushing harder. "Something's against the door from inside." Holmes placed his hand on the conductor's shoulder, gently moving him aside. "Allow me." He examined the gap between door and frame, his eyes moving methodically over every visible inch. "Watson, bring the lamp closer, would you?" Watson lifted one of the corridor lamps from its bracket. They were designed to be portable in case of emergency, and held it near the opening. The increased light revealed more detail. The blood was indeed fresh, its surface still slightly liquid, not yet dried to the tacky consistency of older spills. It had spread in a pattern that suggested it had been flowing for some time, perhaps 20 minutes or more, soaking into the carpet in an irregular stain that measured perhaps 6 inches across. Holmes pressed his eye to the gap, peering into the darkened compartment beyond. Watson watched his friend's face, saw the minute changes of expression that indicated rapid thought. A slight narrowing of the eyes, the smallest tightening at the corner of his mouth, a barely perceptible nod, as if confirming something to himself. "The obstruction," Holmes announced, straightening, "appears to be Mr. Hartley himself. He seems to have collapsed against the door. Conductor, I'm going to need your assistance. We'll have to push quite firmly to move his weight." "Is he—" the conductor began, then seemed unable to finish the question. "That remains to be determined. On 3 then. 1, 2, 3. Both men put their shoulders to the door and pushed. The resistance was considerable. Dead weight, Watson's military experience reminded him, was always heavier than one expected. But gradually the door moved inward, scraping across the carpet with a sound that seemed unnaturally loud in the confined space. 6 inches. 8 inches. Finally, enough space for a man to squeeze through sideways. Holmes went first, his lean frame sliding through the gap with the ease of someone accustomed to unusual physical contortions. Watson followed immediately after, the lamp still in his hand, its light spilling into the compartment and revealing a scene that would remain fixed in his memory, with the terrible clarity of moments that mark a boundary between ordinary life and something else entirely. Mr. Hartley, for it was indeed the nervous gentleman from earlier, sat slumped against the door, his body twisted at an angle that spoke of sudden collapse rather than gradual decline. His right arm hung limp at his side, and his chest showed a dark stain that had spread across his waistcoat and shirt, the fabric saturated with blood that appeared almost black in the lamplight. His face was pale, waxen, with the particular quality of stillness that suggested the absence of life, and his eyes were closed, whether in death or unconsciousness, Watson couldn't immediately determine. The compartment itself showed signs of disturbance. The window curtain hung askew. The velvet bench seat bore the impression of recent occupation, and on the small folding table a glass of water sat untouched, its surface still rippling slightly with the train's motion, creating small waves that caught and reflected the lamplight in hypnotic patterns. Watson moved immediately into physician mode, setting the lamp on the luggage rack and kneeling beside the collapsed man, his fingers seeking the pulse point at the throat with practiced efficiency. The skin was warm, warmer than he'd expected, and beneath his fingertips he felt something. Not quite a pulse, but not quite its absence either. Something irregular, something that made his medical training hesitate before pronouncing judgment. "He's alive," Watson said, surprise evident in his voice. "Barely," but alive. I need to examine this wound properly. More light, Holmes, and someone fetch my medical bag from our compartment." One of the porters rushed off to comply, his footsteps rapid on the corridor carpet. The conductor stood in the doorway, his face pale, blocking the curious gaze of the other passengers who had begun to emerge from their compartments, drawn by the disturbance. The elderly widow's voice rose above the general murmur. "Is it murder? Oh, my dear, is it murder? I knew something was amiss. I told my late husband, travel by train is never without incident. Please return to your compartments," the conductor said, his voice gaining strength from having a clear duty to perform. "There's nothing to see, and you're blocking the corridor. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give some consideration to the injured party." Holmes, meanwhile, had not moved to help Watson with the examination. Instead, he stood perfectly still in the centre of the small compartment, his eyes moving methodically over every surface, every object, every detail that the lamplight revealed. Watson knew this behaviour. His friend was reading the scene, like others might read a book, extracting information from the arrangement of objects, the position of furniture, the way light fell across surfaces. The train rushed on through the darkness, its rhythm unchanged, indifferent to the small drama unfolding in compartment 5. Outside, Kent continued to pass, invisible in the night, and somewhere ahead the channel waited, dark water reflecting starlight, patient and eternal, knowing nothing of human mysteries and caring less. But inside the sealed compartment, surrounded by mahogany and brass and the illusion of civilized travel, something had gone very wrong indeed. And as Watson worked to assess the extent of Mr. Hartley's injuries, and as Holmes observed with the intense focus that preceded his most brilliant deductions, the Dover-Calais Express carried them all forward into the deepening night, toward answers that neither man had yet imagined, and toward a truth that would prove more intricate than blood and locked doors could suggest. The mystery had announced itself. The game, as Holmes might have said, was afoot. Watson's medical bag arrived within moments, carried by the young porter whose hands trembled slightly as he passed it through the doorway. The conductor had managed to herd most of the curious passengers back to their compartments, though Watson could hear the muffled conversations continuing through the thin walls, speculation spreading through the first-class carriage like ripples from a stone dropped into still water. The elderly widow's voice rose occasionally above the general murmur, each pronouncement carrying the absolute certainty of someone who had already decided what had happened, and was now merely waiting for reality to confirm her conclusions. Watson opened his bag with the smooth efficiency of long practice, his fingers finding instruments by touch rather than sight. Stethoscope, scissors, clean cloth for bandaging. The lamplight threw shifting shadows across Mr. Hartley's pale face as the train swayed through a curve, and Watson had to brace himself against the compartment wall to maintain his balance while examining the wound. "Holmes," Watson said, his voice carrying the controlled urgency of a physician confronting something that didn't match his expectations. "Hand me that lamp, would you? I need to see this more clearly." Holmes complied, bringing the light closer, and in its glow the wound revealed itself with greater clarity. The blood had soaked through Hartley's waistcoat and shirt, creating a stain that centered on the left side of his chest, roughly where the heart would be. Watson carefully cut away the fabric with his surgical scissors, the sound of shearing cloth seeming unnaturally loud in the confined space, and exposed the skin beneath. What he found made him pause, his trained mind struggling to reconcile observation with expectation. The blood was there, certainly, wet, fresh, spreading across the pale skin of Hartley's chest in a pattern that suggested significant flow. But the wound itself, when Watson gently wiped away the excess blood with a clean cloth, proved to be modest. A cut, certainly, perhaps 3 inches long and deep enough to bleed freely, but not the kind of injury that should produce this much blood, and absolutely not the kind of wound that should render a man unconscious. It was positioned too far to the left to have struck the heart, too shallow to have penetrated to any vital organ, more consistent with a theatrical flourish than a genuine attempt at murder. "Curious," Watson murmured, his fingers probing gently around the edges of the wound. Hartley didn't respond to the pressure, his breathing shallow but steady, his pulse weak but present. This wound shouldn't have produced this reaction. The blood loss is considerable, but the injury itself is superficial. And yet, he's deeply unconscious, unresponsive to pain stimulus. "Show me," Holmes said, kneeling beside Watson, his grey eyes intent on the exposed wound. He studied it for several seconds with the focused attention he brought to significant details. Then his gaze moved to the surrounding skin, to Hartley's face, to the angle of his collapsed body. "And the blood, you said considerably. Quantify that, if you would." Watson gestured to the stained clothing, to the carpet beneath the door where the blood had seeped through. "More than this wound accounts for, unless he's been bleeding for quite some time, 30 minutes at minimum. And even then, the volume seems excessive, given the injury's superficial nature." Holmes stood, his tall frame unfolding with fluid grace, and began a methodical examination of the compartment itself. His movements were precise, deliberate, the actions of a man who understood that scenes told stories if one only knew how to read them. He started with the door, examining the lock from the inside, running his fingers along the frame, checking the hinges with particular care. "The door was definitely locked from within," he announced. "The mechanism shows no signs of tampering, no scratches that would indicate forced entry or manipulation from outside. Whoever locked this door did so from inside this compartment." He moved to the window next, sliding back the curtain that hung askew. The window was closed and latched, the glass reflecting the lamplight back into the room, turning it into a mirror that showed distorted images of the scene behind. Watson kneeling beside the injured man, the conductor hovering anxiously in the doorway, the play of light and shadow on mahogany panels. Holmes tested the latch, examined the seal around the frame, peered at the glass itself with his face inches from its surface. "Sealed," he said. "No one entered or left through this window. The latch is secure, and there's a fine layer of condensation on the inside of the glass that would have been disturbed by opening." He turned his attention to the walls, running his hands along the mahogany panels with the careful attention of a blind man reading Braille. His fingers traced the seams between panels, pressed against the wood, testing for give or hollow spaces. Watson watched his friend work, recognizing the signs of Holmes's extraordinary mind at full engagement. The detective was not simply observing, he was measuring, calculating, constructing a 3-dimensional map of the space and everything within it. Each touch, each glance was gathering data that would be processed, sorted, and ultimately arranged into whatever pattern revealed the truth. The velvet bench seat received Holmes's attention next. He examined the cushions carefully, noting their compression, the pattern of wrinkles in the fabric. One cushion showed a deeper impression than the others, suggesting someone had sat there for an extended period. Beside this depression, barely visible against the dark velvet, were several spots of moisture that might have been water, or might have been something else entirely. "Conductor," Holmes said without turning, "when did Mr. Hartley board the train?" "At Dover, sir, same as most of our passengers. He was one of the first to board, actually. Arrived at the platform nearly 20 minutes before departure, and went straight to his compartment." "And between boarding and now, approximately 1 hour, did anyone see him leave this compartment?" The conductor consulted with the porters in hurried whispers, then shook his head. "No, sir. The porter who served tea said he knocked on this door offering refreshments, but Mr. Hartley declined through the closed door. Said he wasn't to be disturbed. That would have been about 40 minutes ago." Holmes nodded, processing this information, and moved to the small folding table where the glass of water sat. He lifted it carefully, holding it up to the lamplight, examining the liquid with the intense scrutiny most people reserved for precious jewels. The water was clear, showed no sediment or cloudiness, and appeared entirely unremarkable. Yet Holmes sniffed it carefully, held it at various angles to the light, and finally set it down again, with an expression that suggested he'd learned something, though what remained a mystery to Watson. The luggage rack above the bench held a single leather valise, well made but showing signs of considerable use, scuffed corners, a strap that had been repaired, brass fittings tarnished with age. Holmes reached for it, testing its weight before lifting it down. It was surprisingly heavy, and when Holmes set it on the bench and opened it, the latches were unlocked. The contents proved to be a peculiar mixture. Clothing, certainly. Shirts, collars, a spare waistcoat. But packed with unusual care, each item wrapped separately in tissue paper, as if the owner feared contamination or damage. Beneath the clothes, Holmes found a wooden box, perhaps 8 inches square and 4 inches deep, also wrapped carefully. He opened this with delicate fingers, revealing an interior lined with velvet compartments, each designed to hold something specific. The compartments were empty, but their purpose was evident. Jewelry, or perhaps valuable stones, items that required protection and organization. "Ah, Mr. Hartley," Holmes murmured, examining the empty box, "travels with the accoutrements of a jeweller or a collector. Yet he carries no actual merchandise, only the container designed to protect it. Curious, and curiouser still." He turned the box over, examining its base, and his fingers found a small catch hidden in the velvet lining. A false bottom opened, revealing a space just large enough to conceal something flat. Papers, perhaps, or banknotes. Also empty. Watson had continued his examination of Hartley, while Holmes investigated the compartment, and he'd made several additional observations that deepened rather than clarified the mystery. The man's pupils, visible when Watson lifted his eyelids, were constricted to pinpoints. Not the dilation one would expect from shock or blood loss, but the tight contraction associated with certain drugs. His skin, despite its pallor, showed none of the clamminess that accompanied a true medical crisis. His breathing, while shallow, was rhythmic and steady, more consistent with deep sleep than with trauma. "Holmes," Watson said, "I believe this man has been drugged. The pupil response, the depth of unconsciousness, the lack of appropriate physiological response to the wound. It all suggests narcotic influence. Laudanum, perhaps, or morphine. Enough to render him deeply unconscious, but not enough to suppress respiration entirely. Holmes turned from his examination of the luggage, his eyes bright, with the particular intensity that indicated pieces of a puzzle beginning to align in his remarkable mind. Drugged and wounded, yet the wound is superficial, theatrical even. The blood flow is excessive for the injury sustained. The door was locked from inside, yet no weapon is visible in the compartment, and our victim, if we can call him that, carries the tools of a jewel trader, but no jewels. He began tapping his fingers against his chin, a habit Watson recognized as signaling deep concentration. The train rushed on through the darkness, its rhythm providing a steady percussion against which Holmes's thoughts could arrange themselves. Outside, the Kent countryside had given way to coastal approaches. They would reach the Channel within the hour, and decisions about how to proceed would need to be made before they arrived at Calais. "The blood," Holmes said suddenly, his voice sharp with realization. "Watson, examine the blood on his clothing more carefully. Tell me if anything strikes you as unusual." Watson turned his attention back to the soaked fabric, bringing the lamp closer, studying the stain with a physician's eyes trained to read the stories that bodily fluids told. The blood had spread across the fabric in a pattern that seemed too even, somehow, too uniform. Fresh blood flowing from an active wound created specific patterns, darker at the source, lighter at the edges, with characteristic soaking patterns depending on fabric type and weave. But this blood seemed almost painted on, its distribution more consistent with deliberate application than with natural flow from an injury. "Good Lord," Watson breathed. "Holmes, I think this blood may not all be from the wound. The pattern's wrong. It's as if someone poured blood onto his clothing rather than letting it flow naturally from the injury." "Precisely." Holmes's voice carried satisfaction, the tone of a teacher whose student has arrived at the correct conclusion. Which raises the fascinating question, where did the excess blood come from? Human blood in quantity isn't something one typically travels with unless one has planned for precisely such a theatrical display. He knelt again beside Hartley's body, this time examining the man's hands with particular care. The fingers were pale, the nails clean, showing none of the staining that handling large quantities of blood would produce. Holmes turned his hands over, studying palms and wrists, then moved his attention to Hartley's clothing, checking pockets with methodical thoroughness. In the inside pocket of Hartley's coat, Holmes found a folded piece of paper. He extracted it carefully, unfolded it with the delicate touch of someone handling evidence, and held it to the lamplight. Watson watched his friend's face as Holmes read, saw the small smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not amusement, exactly, but something close to appreciation, the recognition of clever work even when directed toward questionable ends. "What is it?" Watson asked. "A receipt," Holmes replied, "from a theatrical costumer in London, Drury Lane to be precise, dated 3 days ago, for the purchase of, and I quote, 1 pint theatrical blood, pig base, professional grade, suitable for stage use, along with several other items, spirit gum, cotton wadding, and collodion for creating the appearance of wounds." The implications settled over the compartment like fog rolling in from the Channel. Watson looked down at Hartley's pale face, at the carefully staged wound, at the excess blood that now revealed itself as precisely what Holmes had suggested, theatrical property, designed for effect rather than evidence of genuine violence. He staged his own injury, Watson said, his mind working through the implications. But why? And how did he plan to sustain the illusion once medical attention arrived? Those, Holmes said, standing and beginning another circuit of the compartment, his eyes moving over every surface with renewed intensity, are excellent questions, and I suspect the answers lie not in what we can see, but in what we cannot see. This compartment, Watson, is hiding something. I'm certain of it. He returned to the walls, but this time his examination was more aggressive, pressing harder against the panels, testing each section methodically. His fingers traced the vertical seams, the horizontal joins where the wall met ceiling and floor. The mahogany was beautiful work, fitted with the precision that Victorian craftsmen brought to even temporary structures like railway carriages, each panel sealed so smoothly that the seams were barely visible. But Holmes's extraordinary senses, honed by years of observation, detected something that eyes alone might miss. When he rapped his knuckles against a particular section of the rear wall, the section closest to the external wall of the train, the sound was different. Subtly different, but unmistakably so. Not the solid thunk of knuckles against wood, backed by more wood, but something hollower, more resonant, as if the space behind the panel extended further than it should. There, Holmes said, his voice tight with certainty. Behind this panel, there's a space where no space should be. He began examining the panel more carefully, running his fingers along its edges, feeling for the mechanism he was now certain must exist. Victorian engineering was clever, fond of hidden catches and concealed mechanisms, and somewhere in this apparently seamless wall there had to be a way to access the hollow space his knuckles had revealed. The train swayed as it took a curve, and the lamplight flickered, throwing momentary shadows across Holmes's face as he worked. Watson stood watch over the still unconscious Hartley, monitoring his breathing, his pulse, while his mind raced through possibilities. A man stages his own injury, locks himself in a compartment, surrounds himself with theatrical blood. But to what end? To fake his death, perhaps? To create an alibi? To distract from some other crime occurring elsewhere on the train? Got it, Holmes said suddenly, and Watson heard a soft click. A section of the panel, perhaps 2 feet wide and 4 feet high, swung inward on concealed hinges, revealing the hidden space beyond. A narrow gap between the compartment's interior wall and the train's actual external shell. A space just wide enough for a person to squeeze into if they were desperate or determined enough. And standing in that space, pressed against the outer wall of the train, his face pale with shock at being discovered, was Mr. Hartley. Or rather, another Mr. Hartley. A second man, identical to the one lying unconscious on the floor, dressed in similar clothes, staring out at Holmes and Watson with the trapped expression of someone whose elaborate plan has just collapsed entirely. The Dover-Calais Express rushed on toward the Channel, carrying its cargo of secrets and surprises, while in Compartment 5, 2 Mr. Hartleys occupied the same space, and the truth began to reveal itself in ways that neither doctor nor detective had quite anticipated. For several seconds, nobody moved. The train swayed gently through another curve, its rhythm unchanged, indifferent to the extraordinary tableau unfolding in Compartment 5. The hidden Mr. Hartley, the conscious, standing, very much alive Mr. Hartley, stared at Holmes with the expression of a stage magician whose trick has been prematurely revealed. Shock and dismay warring for dominance on features that precisely mirrored those of the man lying unconscious on the floor. Watson found his voice first, though it emerged rather higher than he would have liked. "Good God, Holmes, there are two of them. Twin brothers, unless I'm very much mistaken," Holmes replied, his tone carrying the calm satisfaction of a man whose theories had just been confirmed by observable fact. "Though I confess, the resemblance is quite remarkable, identical, one might say, in every particular detail that casual observation could detect. The standing Hartley, or whatever his real name might be, seemed to deflate slightly, his shoulders sagging as he recognized the futility of continued concealment. He was a man in his middle 30s, well-dressed, though his clothes now showed the considerable wear of being pressed into a space barely wider than his own body for the better part of an hour. His face was pale, not from blood loss, but from the strain of extended confinement and the shock of discovery, and his hands trembled slightly as he raised them in a gesture that might have been surrender or merely resignation. "I suppose," he said, his voice hoarse from disuse and tension, "there's no point in pretending this is anything other than what it appears to be." "None whatsoever," Holmes agreed pleasantly, "though I would very much appreciate an explanation. The compartment is becoming rather crowded with bodies, conscious and otherwise, and I suspect the conductor would prefer to understand what manner of situation he's supervising before we reach Calais." The conductor, who had been standing in the doorway this entire time with an expression of absolute bewilderment, made a small, choking sound. "Two Mr. Hartleys. But I don't— How can there be? The passenger manifest only lists one." "Because only one boarded visibly," Holmes explained, gesturing for the hidden Hartley to emerge from his concealment. "The second, I suspect, was already aboard before the train reached Dover station, perhaps hidden in the luggage van, or possibly in this very compartment, having bribed a porter or otherwise arranged access before official boarding commenced. Watson, how is our unconscious friend faring?" Watson had returned his attention to the man on the floor, checking his pulse and respiration with practiced efficiency. "Stable. The drug appears to be wearing off. His breathing is deeper, his pulse stronger. I'd estimate he'll regain consciousness within the next 15 to 20 minutes. "Excellent. Then we have time for our standing Mr. Hartley to explain himself before his brother, and I am assuming brotherhood joins the conversation." Holmes folded his arms and fixed the man with a gaze that managed to be both polite and utterly implacable. "Your story, sir, and I would recommend truth over invention. I've already deduced a fair amount, and lying at this juncture would merely waste everyone's time." The standing Hartley, Watson mentally designated him Hartley too to avoid confusion, stepped fully out of his hiding place, his movements stiff from confinement. He stood in the center of the compartment, surrounded by the evidence of his elaborate deception. The theatrical blood, the unconscious twin, the hidden panel that had been so carefully constructed, and regarded them all with an expression that mingled shame, defiance, and a certain rueful appreciation for having been caught by someone who had understood the game. "My name," he began, "is actually Hartley, James Hartley. The man on the floor is my brother, Thomas. We are indeed twins, born within minutes of each other 34 years ago in Surrey, and for most of our lives we've used our remarkable resemblance for, Let us call them entrepreneurial purposes. Let us call them what they are, Holmes suggested. Confident schemes, fraud, probably theft, given the empty jewel case and the theatrical staging of injury and potential death. You've been running some manner of swindle, and this elaborate performance was designed to facilitate your escape. Am I warm? James Hartley's lips twitched in what might have been a smile had the circumstances been less dire. Uncomfortably warm, Mr. I don't believe I caught your name. Holmes, Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson, who has been kind enough to ensure your brother doesn't actually die from the superficial wound you've inflicted upon him. Recognition flickered across Hartley's face. Clearly the name meant something to him, which suggested he was at least moderately well informed about London's criminal investigation circles. Ah, that explains the efficiency of discovery. I had rather hoped to remain hidden until Calais, at which point certain arrangements had been made for a swift and anonymous departure. Arrangements involving stolen property, one assumes, Holmes said. The rubies, perhaps. Or were they diamonds? The velvet-lined case suggests gemstones of considerable value. The train's whistle sounded, a long, mournful note that carried through the night air, announcing their approach to some waypoint on the route to the Channel. The sound seemed to galvanize James Hartley, as if reminding him that time was passing, and whatever plans he'd made were rapidly becoming irrelevant. Rubies, he admitted. The Ashworth rubies, to be precise, belonged to the Dowager Countess of Ashworth, kept in her London residence on Belgrave Square. Thomas and I had been planning the theft for 6 months, studying the household routines, bribing certain servants, acquiring the necessary tools and information. The rubies themselves are quite extraordinary. Burmese stones, deep red, worth somewhere in the vicinity of £15,000. Watson drew in a sharp breath. £15,000 was a fortune, enough to live in comfort for decades if one were prudent, or in luxury for several years if one were not. It was also the kind of sum that would bring the full weight of Scotland Yard's attention, not to mention that of the Countess herself, who would presumably be displeased by the loss. And you succeeded in the theft, Holmes said. It wasn't a question. 3 nights ago. Thomas entered through a second-floor window. We're both rather good at climbing, a useful skill in our profession, while I remained outside as a lookout, an alternative escape route. The rubies were in the Countess's bedroom safe, and Thomas had obtained the combination through careful observation and a certain amount of social engineering. He was in and out within 20 minutes, and we had the stones secured before anyone realized they were missing. But of course, Holmes continued, his grey eyes never leaving Hartley's face, the theft would be discovered eventually. The Countess would notice, the household would be questioned, the police would be alerted. You needed not just to possess the stones, but to transport them safely to the continent, where they could be sold through channels less concerned with provenance, and you needed to do so in a manner that would prevent pursuit or identification. Precisely. James Hartley leaned against the mahogany panel, exhaustion evident in his posture. Thomas would board the Dover-Calais, express openly, as himself, with the rubies concealed in his luggage. I would already be aboard, hidden in this compartment. We'd modified it several weeks ago during a previous journey, creating the false wall. The railway company's security is quite lax if one knows how to exploit it. Holmes nodded, encouraging the confession. And once the train was underway, you staged Thomas's apparent murder. The theatrical blood, the superficial wound, all designed to create the appearance that Thomas Hartley had been attacked, possibly killed, during the journey. The investigation would focus on finding his murderer, while you remained hidden in the wall. And Thomas himself would be removed at Calais, James finished, taken to hospital, or to the local authorities, or wherever apparent murder victims are taken. But in the confusion, in the transfer from train to shore, Thomas would slip away. We've done similar things before. Sleight of hand on a grand scale. Everyone sees the obvious event, the dramatic crime, and fails to notice the real movement, the actual escape. And the rubies? Watson asked, his physician's mind temporarily set aside in favor of the simpler human fascination with clever criminality. Where are they now? James Hartley reached into his coat pocket and withdrew a leather pouch, small and dark, closed with a drawstring. He opened it carefully, tilting it toward the lamplight, and the contents spilled into his palm. 7 stones, each roughly the size of a thumbnail, catching the light and throwing it back in deep crimson flashes that seemed to hold their own fire. Even in the dim illumination of the railway compartment, their beauty was undeniable, each stone perfectly cut, the colour so rich and deep it seemed almost liquid. Burmese rubies, Holmes said softly, his eyes on the stones with the appreciative gaze of someone who recognized exceptional craftsmanship, regardless of its legal status. Pigeon blood red, if I'm not mistaken. The finest quality. Yes, I can see why you thought them worth £15,000, possibly more, in the right market. We had a buyer in Paris, James said, closing his fist around the rubies. A gentleman who asks no questions and pays in francs immediately. These stones would have secured our retirement. Thomas and I had planned to disappear into France, perhaps make our way to the Mediterranean, live quietly on the proceeds. We're not young men anymore, Mr. Holmes. We'd hoped this would be our final job. A sentiment, Holmes observed, shared by countless criminals throughout history, usually expressed shortly before their arrest. However, I'm more interested in the mechanics of your scheme than in your retirement plans. The drug you used on Thomas, laudanum mixed with something else, I suspect, given the depth of his unconsciousness. You needed him genuinely insensible, not merely pretending, because a doctor would examine him. Watson's examination, in fact, which you had to assume would occur. Laudanum and chloral hydrate, James confirmed, mixed into his tea before we boarded. He drank it willingly. We'd agreed on the plan, you understand. Thomas was to be the visible victim, the distraction, while I remained the hidden partner. The wound I inflicted before hiding myself in the wall. That was the agreed signal. Surface cut, theatrical blood application. Then I would seal the panel and wait in the wall space while the drama played out. Watson looked down at the unconscious Thomas, feeling a complex mixture of professional sympathy and moral disapproval. The man had willingly participated in his own drugging and wounding, all in service of a theft. Yet there was something almost admirable in the planning, the coordination, the sheer audacity of attempting such an elaborate scheme. But you failed to account for several factors, Holmes said, beginning to pace the small compartment, his hands clasped behind his back, in the manner that indicated his mind was organizing information into final conclusions. First, the blood pattern. Too uniform, too obviously applied, rather than naturally flowed. A physician would notice, and you should have anticipated a physician's involvement. Second, the wound itself, too theatrical, too precisely placed to avoid actual danger while appearing dramatic. Again, medical examination would reveal the deception. Third, and most critically, the assumption that no one would think to examine the compartment structure itself. He rapped his knuckles against the panel that had concealed James, producing that distinctive hollow sound. Victorian railway carriages are marvels of engineering, but they're also surprisingly easy to modify if one knows what one is doing. The space between inner panelling and outer shell is typically filled with insulation and framework, but in a first-class compartment, where interior finish is prioritized, there's often a gap. You exploited that gap, created a hiding space, and assumed no one would notice. Most people wouldn't, James said defensively. Most people accept the surface appearance of things. They see a locked compartment, a bleeding man, and they stop thinking. They don't question the story the evidence tells. But Mr. Holmes, Watson interjected, unable to suppress a small smile, is not most people. He questions everything, especially evidence that seems too convenient, too obvious. You staged a perfect crime scene, Mr. Hartley, but perfection itself is suspicious. Reality is messy, inconsistent, full of details that don't quite align. Your scene was too clean, too theatrical, literally so, given your use of stage blood. Holmes paused in his pacing, turning to face James Hartley directly. There's also the matter of timing. You sealed yourself into that wall space. What? Approximately 50 minutes ago, shortly after departure from Dover? You couldn't have known precisely when Thomas would be discovered, when medical attention would arrive, how long the investigation would take. You risked hours of confinement in a space barely wider than your body, unable to move, barely able to breathe properly, with no guarantee your brother would be removed before you were discovered. I've endured worse for smaller rewards, James replied, though his voice carried a note of strain that suggested the confinement had indeed been more difficult than he'd anticipated. And the alternative was spending the next several years in prison. Desperation, Mr. Holmes, provides remarkable tolerance for discomfort. On the floor, Thomas Hartley stirred, a small movement that drew Watson's immediate attention. The physician knelt again, checking the man's pupils, his pulse, noting the signs of returning consciousness. Eyelids fluttering, breathing pattern changing, small muscle twitches in hands and face. He's waking, Watson announced. The drugs are wearing off. He should be fully conscious within a few minutes, though likely disoriented and nauseated. The combination of laudanum and chloral hydrate isn't pleasant. Holmes nodded, his expression thoughtful. Excellent. Then we shall have all parties present for the resolution. Conductor, I believe we're approaching the coastal stretch now. How much longer until Calais? The conductor, who had been standing in the doorway throughout this entire extraordinary conversation with the expression of a man whose understanding of the world had been fundamentally challenged, consulted his pocket watch with trembling fingers. Perhaps 40 minutes, Mr. Holmes. We're making good time. The sea crossing should be smooth, and... He paused, seeming to remember the actual situation. And I suppose I should be alerting the authorities? This is theft, attempted fraud, and what do we call staging one's own apparent murder? An interesting legal question, Holmes acknowledged, though I suspect the primary concern will be the stolen property. The Dowager Countess will want her rubies returned, and Scotland Yard will want to ensure the Hartley brothers face appropriate consequences for their entrepreneurial creativity. James Hartley closed his hand more tightly around the rubies, and for a moment Watson saw calculation flash across his face. The brief consideration of possibilities, of fighting, of running, of some desperate last attempt to salvage his plan. But then his shoulders sagged again, and the calculation faded into resignation. He was surrounded by witnesses in a locked compartment on a moving train, his elaborate scheme exposed, his brother unconscious and drugged, and facing him was a man whose reputation for solving impossible cases had clearly penetrated even criminal circles. "I suppose," James said quietly, "there's no possibility of negotiation. Some arrangement that might allow—" "None," Holmes said, not unkindly but with absolute finality. "The rubies will be returned to their owner. You and your brother will be detained and handed over to the appropriate authorities. Your retirement plans will be postponed indefinitely, likely by a decade or more in prison. These are the inevitable consequences of choosing crime as a profession, Mr. Hartley. The house always wins eventually." The train's whistle sounded again, longer this time, and through the compartment window Watson could see the first hints of the channel ahead. A darkness that was somehow different from the darkness of land, a vast emptiness that stretched toward France and whatever waited there. The moon had risen higher now, its crescent shape reflecting off distant water, and stars multiply overhead, indifferent witnesses to human drama playing out beneath their ancient light. Thomas Hartley's eyes opened. He blinked slowly, confusion evident in his expression, and his gaze moved around the compartment, taking in his brother standing above him. The two strangers, one of whom was clearly a physician, given the medical bag and instruments, the conductor in the doorway, and the general atmosphere of a plan that had gone catastrophically wrong. "James?" His voice was hoarse, uncertain. What happened? Why are you—" He tried to sit up, failed, fell back with a groan. "God, my head, and my chest. The cut, did we—" "We failed, brother," James said simply, his voice carrying the weight of acceptance. "We were discovered. By Sherlock Holmes, of all people. Our luck has finally run out." Thomas closed his eyes again, whether from nausea, despair, or simply the residual effects of the drugs, Watson couldn't determine. But his hand moved to his chest, touching the wound that had been designed to fool investigators, but had instead helped expose the entire elaborate deception. The Dover-Calais Express rolled on toward the Channel, carrying its cargo of thieves and rubies, detectives and doctors, toward the ancient water that had witnessed countless crossings, countless human stories of ambition and failure. And in Compartment 5, surrounded by theatrical blood and genuine consequences, the Hartley brothers faced the ending their story had always been approaching. Not escape to sunny Mediterranean retirement, but accountability for choices made in pursuit of £15,000 worth of Burmese rubies that would never be theirs. The truth, as Holmes had promised, had revealed itself. And with 40 minutes remaining until Calais, all that remained was to see the matter through to its inevitable conclusion. The atmosphere in Compartment 5 had shifted from discovery to a peculiar kind of aftermath. The strange deflation that follows, when elaborate plans collapse into simple, inescapable reality. Thomas Hartley remained on the floor, his back now propped against the velvet bench seat. Watson's steady hand supporting him while the last traces of the drug cocktail worked their way through his system. His face had regained some colour, though whether from returning consciousness or from shame at their exposure, Watson couldn't quite determine. James Hartley stood near the window, the pouch of rubies still clutched in his hand, staring out at the darkness that rushed past as if seeking answers in the Kent countryside's invisible contours. The conductor had stepped into the corridor to confer with his porters, their hushed voices carrying back into the compartment in fragments words like authorities and telegram and unprecedented situation mixing with the train's eternal rhythm. The elderly widow from Compartment 8 had managed to position herself near enough to observe, her sharp eyes taking in every detail with the avid attention of someone who would be dining out on this story for years to come. Holmes had politely but firmly suggested she return to her compartment, a suggestion she'd ignored with the magnificent certainty of someone who believed age granted immunity from inconvenient instructions. Holmes himself had taken a seat on the bench opposite Thomas Hartley, his long legs crossed at the ankle, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, in an attitude that suggested contemplation rather than triumph. Watson had worked with his friend long enough to recognize this mood. Holmes took no particular pleasure in the apprehension of criminals, finding satisfaction instead in the intellectual exercise of unravelling their schemes. The game interested him more than the victory, the puzzle more than its solution's practical consequences. "I confess," Holmes said, breaking the silence that had settled over the compartment like fog, "to a certain admiration for the ambition of your plan. The use of twins to create an impossible situation, the modification of the railway carriage itself, the theatrical staging designed to misdirect investigation. These show a level of sophistication beyond common criminality. You've clearly studied the art of misdirection quite thoroughly." Thomas Hartley, his voice still hoarse but stronger than before, managed a bitter laugh. "Studied it, lived it, perfected it over 2 decades of working the confidence game. James and I discovered early that looking identical was a talent in itself, one that could be monetized if we were clever enough. And we were clever. For 20 years, we were very, very clever." "Until tonight," Watson observed, checking Thomas's pulse one final time before settling back on his heels. The wound on his chest had stopped bleeding entirely. It had never truly bled much in the first place, being more theatrical flourish than genuine injury, and the theatrical blood had begun to dry into a sticky residue that would require considerable cleaning to remove. "Until tonight," Thomas agreed, "though I suppose our real mistake was made weeks ago when we chose the Ashworth rubies as our target. Stones that were valuable, that distinctive. They were always going to attract significant attention. We should have stuck with lesser prizes, the kind of thefts that get investigated by local police rather than by—" He gestured toward Holmes with a weak smile. "Well, rather than by legends." "I am not investigating this theft," Holmes corrected gently. "At least, not officially. Watson and I are merely passengers on this train, travelling to Paris for entirely personal reasons. Your exposure came not from any systematic investigation, but from the simple fact that your theatrical staging was too perfect, too obviously constructed. Had you made it messier, more realistically chaotic, you might have succeeded." James turned from the window, his expression skeptical. "You're saying we were undone by being too competent? That seems particularly cruel." "Not too competent, too theatrical. There's a difference." Holmes leaned forward slightly, warming to his subject with the enthusiasm he brought to explaining his deductions. Consider the blood pattern. Real blood flowing from a genuine wound creates specific patterns depending on position, gravity, fabric absorbency, time elapsed. Your theatrical blood, however carefully applied, showed none of these characteristics. It was too uniform, too evenly distributed. A cursory glance might miss this, but a medical examination, which you had to know would occur, would immediately reveal the discrepancy. We'd hoped the drug would keep Thomas insensible long enough that detailed examination would be delayed, James said, moving back to stand beside his brother, a gesture of solidarity even in defeat. The initial discovery was meant to create chaos, confusion, and urgent activity. In that confusion, we expected authorities would focus on securing the scene, questioning witnesses, managing the situation, not on detailed medical analysis. A reasonable assumption, Watson interjected. Had you been dealing with a ship's doctor or a local physician called to an emergency? But you had the misfortune of having me in the adjacent compartment, and I spent several years as a military surgeon. I'm rather more accustomed to genuine wounds than to theatrical ones, and the inconsistencies were immediately apparent. The train began to slow slightly, its rhythm changing in a way that suggested approach to some waypoint, perhaps a signal station, or a grade crossing, or simply a section of track that required reduced speed. The change in motion caused the gas lamps to flicker momentarily, throwing shifting shadows across the compartment's mahogany panels and brass fittings, creating the momentary illusion that the walls themselves were moving, breathing, alive with the secrets they'd briefly concealed. Holmes stood and moved to where James Hartley held the pouch of rubies. He extended his hand, palm up, in a gesture that was polite, but utterly certain of compliance. "The stones, Mr. Hartley. There's no point in continuing to hold them. They're evidence now, and they'll be returned to their rightful owner regardless of your wishes." For several seconds, James didn't move, his fingers tight around the pouch, and Watson saw the internal struggle play out across his face, the calculation of odds, the consideration of possibilities, the desperate human impulse to hold on to the prize even when the game is clearly lost. But then, with visible effort, he opened his hand and allowed the pouch to slide into Holmes's palm. Holmes loosened the drawstring and tilted the pouch toward the lamplight, allowing the rubies to spill out onto his palm. 7 stones, each one a masterpiece of cutting and colour, their deep red seeming to glow with internal fire even in the compartment's modest illumination. They were extraordinary objects, Watson realized. Not merely valuable, but beautiful. The kind of gems that had inspired poetry and murder throughout human history. Concentrations of desire and light, wrapped in crystalline structure. Burmese rubies of this quality are quite rare, Holmes observed, his voice carrying the detached appreciation of a connoisseur examining museum pieces. The colour is exceptional, what dealers call pigeon blood red, though I've always found that term rather inadequate. These aren't the colour of blood at all, but something richer, deeper, like red wine held up to afternoon sunlight. The cutting is modern, probably within the last decade, and the clarity is remarkable. I'd estimate each stone at between 1 and 2 carats, which makes your valuation of £15,000 quite conservative. In the right market, these might fetch considerably more. 20,000, Thomas said quietly from his position on the floor. That's what our Paris buyer had agreed to pay. £20,000 in cash, no questions asked, immediate exchange. We'd have been wealthy men, James and I. wealthy enough to disappear, to become someone else, to leave behind 2 decades of constant schemes and risks and looking over our shoulders. And instead, Watson said, not without sympathy despite himself, you're facing prison. How long would such a theft carry, Holmes, for stones of this value? 10 years minimum, I should think. Possibly more, given the premeditation involved, the modification of the railway carriage, the elaborate nature of the deception. The courts take a dim view of sophisticated criminality. There's something about clever theft that offends judicial sensibility more than crude violence. The implication that one believes oneself smarter than the law tends to result in exemplary sentences. The conductor reappeared in the doorway, having apparently reached some decision about how to proceed. His professional composure had returned somewhat, though his face still carried the bewildered expression of a man whose routine evening had transformed into something requiring decisions well above his station. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice formal with the weight of authority he didn't quite feel. "I've consulted with my senior porter and reviewed the railway company's emergency protocols. Given that we have a confession of theft, stolen property, recovered, and 2 individuals who pose no immediate danger to other passengers, I propose we continue to Calais as scheduled. Upon arrival, I'll alert the French authorities and arrange for both Mr. Hartley's to be detained pending contact with Scotland Yard. Does that seem reasonable?" "Eminently reasonable," Holmes agreed, "though I would suggest keeping the brothers under observation for the remainder of the journey. They've proven themselves creative problem solvers, and desperation can inspire remarkable ingenuity. Watson, perhaps you could remain here with Thomas while he continues to recover. I'll accompany James to another compartment where he can be secured more comfortably than standing in this increasingly crowded space." James Hartley laughed, a sound without humour. Secured comfortably. What a very civilized way of saying imprisoned. "But yes, Mr. Holmes, I'll go quietly. There's no point in dramatic resistance, and I'm rather tired of standing in any case. Several hours compressed into a space barely wider than my shoulders has left me, with a profound appreciation for the luxury of normal rooms." The transfer was arranged with the efficiency that railway staff brought to unexpected situations. James was escorted to an empty compartment 3 doors down, one of the porters assigned to stand guard outside with instructions that were polite but clear. No one enters, no one leaves, any attempt at escape to be immediately reported. The elderly widow finally allowed herself to be herded back to her own compartment, though not before proclaiming loudly that she'd known something was amiss from the moment she'd boarded, that she had a 6th sense about criminal types, and that she would be writing to the Times about the shocking laxity of railway security. Watson remained in compartment 5 with Thomas Hartley, who had managed to pull himself up onto the bench seat and now sat with his head in his hands, the theatrical blood on his chest dried to a rusty stain that contrasted sharply with his pale skin. The wound itself was minor. Watson had cleaned and bandaged it with a small plaster from his medical kit, but the psychological wound of exposure, of 20 years of successful criminality ending in a single evening's disaster, seemed to sit more heavily on Thomas's shoulders than any physical injury. "May I ask you something, Dr. Watson?" Thomas said after several minutes of silence, punctuated only by the train's rhythm and the distant sound of other passengers settling back into their compartments. The drama apparently concluded. "Of course. Do you believe in fate? In the idea that some endings are inevitable, written into the structure of the universe itself, regardless of how carefully we plan or how cleverly we scheme. Watson considered the question, watching the darkness flow past the window, thinking about all the patients he'd treated over years of medical practice, the ones who survived against all odds, and the ones who died. Despite every intervention, the random patterns that seemed to govern who lived and who died, who prospered and who failed. "I believe," he said carefully, "that we create the conditions for our own endings. You and your brother chose a particular path 20 years ago, and each choice along that path narrowed the range of possible futures until this evening became, if not inevitable, then at least highly probable. Not fate, exactly, but consequences. The accumulated weight of decisions made in pursuit of short-term gains without consideration for long-term costs." Thomas was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. A physician's answer, precise, analytical, neither comforting nor condemning. "I suppose I should appreciate the honesty." He looked up, meeting Watson's eyes. "For what it's worth, Dr. James and I never hurt anyone, not physically at least. We stole from those who could afford the loss. We deceived those who were themselves often dishonest, and we prided ourselves on a certain code of conduct, even within our chosen profession. Does that matter at all, do you think, in the final accounting?" "It might matter to a judge," Watson replied. "It might influence sentencing, but it doesn't change the fundamental fact that you took what wasn't yours, repeatedly, over 2 decades. The law doesn't generally recognize a gentleman thief as materially different from any other kind of thief, regardless of how we might romanticize the concept in literature." "No," Thomas agreed. "I suppose it doesn't. Though I notice your Mr. Holmes seems to take a certain pleasure in clever criminality, even when he's the one exposing it. The way he discussed our plan, the admiration in his voice for the scheme's sophistication. He understands the appeal, I think. The intellectual challenge of it, the game of wits between criminal and investigator." Watson couldn't help but smile slightly. Holmes does indeed appreciate elegant solutions to problems, regardless of whether those solutions are legal or criminal. He's often said that he might have made an excellent criminal himself, had his inclinations run in that direction. But there's a crucial difference between appreciating the artistry of a crime and condoning its commission. Holmes finds the puzzle interesting, but he never loses sight of the fact that real crimes have real victims. The train's whistle sounded again, and Watson felt the subtle change in the carriage's motion that indicated they were beginning the gradual descent toward the coast. Through the window he could now see occasional lights that marked the approach to Dover's harbour district. The glow of street lamps, the brighter flares of industrial facilities that worked through the night, the distant sparkle of ships' lanterns in the harbour itself. The Channel was close now, that ancient barrier and bridge between England and the continent, dark water that had seen Romans and Normans, smugglers and legitimate traders, refugees and conquerors, all making the crossing that the Dover-Calais Express made twice daily with mechanical efficiency. Holmes returned after perhaps 15 minutes, his tall frame appearing in the doorway, with the conductor hovering behind him. "James is secured and being monitored," he reported, "and I've had a brief conversation with him about the mechanics of their operation. Purely for my own edification, you understand. The modification to this compartment was quite ingenious, actually. They made the alterations during a previous journey, posing as railway company inspectors checking for structural damage. It took them perhaps an hour, working while the train was stationary in a siding, and they sealed it so carefully that no one noticed the slight reduction in the compartment's interior dimensions. An hour to create a hiding space? Watson asked, impressed despite himself. That suggests considerable carpentry skill. Our father was a cabinet maker, Thomas said from his position on the bench, his voice carrying a note of pride that circumstances couldn't quite extinguish. James and I learned the trade as boys, before we discovered our particular talent for deception. We can work wood with professional competence, and we understand how Victorian structures fit together. The gap between inner panelling and outer shell in first-class carriages is typically 6 to 8 inches, more than enough space for a slender man to conceal himself if he's desperate enough. And you were desperate enough, Holmes observed, settling back onto the opposite bench. 20 years of successful theft. But how many close calls? How many near exposures? How many nights lying awake wondering if this would be the job that finally caught up with you? The rubies represented an ending, one final prize large enough to allow retirement, to step away from the constant stress of criminal life. I imagine the appeal was considerable. Thomas met Holmes's gaze, and in his eyes Watson saw exhaustion that went beyond the physical effects of drugs and confinement. Every job felt like it might be the last. Every success just meant we had to plan the next one, because we'd never stolen quite enough to truly stop. It's a treadmill, Mr. Holmes. Once you start down this path, stopping becomes harder than continuing. The rubies were supposed to break that cycle. £20,000, carefully invested, could have sustained us in modest comfort for the rest of our lives. We could have become different people, literally and figuratively. New names, new histories, new choices. But you would still have been thieves, Watson said gently. The money would still have been stolen, the foundation of your new lives built on someone else's loss. That doesn't change simply because you move to a new location or adopt a new name. No, Thomas admitted. I suppose it doesn't. Though I confess, Doctor, I'm not entirely sure what else we could have been. James and I were born looking identical, and that fact shaped everything that followed. From childhood, people treated us as a curiosity, a matched set, a trick of nature. We learned early that our resemblance could be used to confuse, to create alibis, to be in two places at once, or to vanish from one place and appear in another. The world saw us as a novelty, and we learned to monetize that novelty. It was almost inevitable, really. Holmes leaned forward, his expression intent. Nothing is inevitable, Mr. Hartley. You had choices at every point, to use your resemblance for entertainment rather than theft, to leverage your carpentry skills into legitimate business, to apply your obvious intelligence to legal rather than criminal enterprises. The fact that crime seemed easier or more profitable doesn't absolve you of responsibility for choosing it repeatedly over 2 decades. The train began to slow more noticeably now, its rhythm changing as the brakes engaged, preparing for the approach to Dover's harbour station, where they would transfer to the Channel ferry. Through the window, the industrial landscape of the port revealed itself. Cranes looming like skeletal giants against the night sky, warehouses with their sides painted white to reflect what little light reached them, the complex geometry of railway sidings where carriages were sorted and organized for various destinations. And beyond it all, just visible in the moonlight, the channel itself, a vast darkness that separated nations and connected them simultaneously, ancient water that cared nothing for human laws or ambitions. The conductor appeared again, checking his pocket watch with the obsessive frequency of a man whose professional identity was bound up in keeping schedule. "We'll be at the harbour station in approximately 5 minutes, Mr. Holmes. I've sent a telegram ahead alerting the station master to our unusual situation. He'll arrange for French authorities to meet us at Calais, and he's also contacting Scotland Yard about the recovered property. I believe they'll want to send an inspector to take custody of the rubies and arrange for the Hartley brothers' return to London." "Efficient as always, conductor," Holmes said approvingly. "The railway system may have its critics, but the coordination and communication infrastructure is quite remarkable. A crime committed in London, detected on a train between Dover and Calais, resolved and processed through multiple jurisdictions with telegraph efficiency. Victorian progress on display." Thomas Hartley stood slowly, testing his balance, finding it adequate despite the lingering effects of the drugs in his system. He looked around Compartment 5, at the theatrical blood still staining carpet and upholstery, at the open panel revealing the hiding space that had seemed so clever until exposed, at the elegant mahogany and brass fittings that had framed his failed scheme. "May I make one request, Mr. Holmes?" he asked, his voice quiet but steady. "You may ask. I make no promises about granting it. When we reach Calais, when the authorities take custody, could I have a few moments with my brother? Private conversation, I mean. We've been partners for 20 years, and it seems likely we'll be separated for considerably longer than that once the legal process begins. I'd like to say goodbye properly, if that's permitted." Holmes glanced at Watson, who gave a small nod. It seemed a reasonable request, human and understandable, the kind of small mercy that cost nothing, and acknowledged that even criminals were people with relationships and feelings that extended beyond their crimes. "I'll speak to the authorities," Holmes said. "A brief conversation, supervised at a distance to prevent any conspiracy or escape planning, seems reasonable. You're entitled to that much dignity, I think, despite the circumstances." "Thank you." Thomas extended his hand toward Holmes, then seemed to think better of it and let it drop. "I suppose handshakes are inappropriate given the situation, but I mean the thanks sincerely. You've been fair, Mr. Holmes, which is more than we perhaps deserved." "Fairness," Holmes replied, "costs nothing, and often reveals more than harshness. I've learned over the years that treating criminals with dignity tends to produce better outcomes, more complete confessions, more cooperation with authorities, less likelihood of violent resistance. It's pragmatism as much as principle." The train pulled into Dover Harbour Station with the controlled deceleration of a system that had perfected this particular operation through years of repetition. The platform revealed itself through the windows, gas lamps creating pools of light, porters ready with trolleys, the organized chaos of a major transfer point, where passengers and luggage would move from rail to sea. The night air that rushed in when the doors opened carried the unmistakable scent of the channel, salt and seaweed, coal smoke from ships' funnels, the particular smell of water that had travelled a long way and carried within it the memory of distant shores. The Hartley brothers were reunited on the platform under the watchful eyes of railway constables and French officials who had crossed on an earlier ferry. They stood together in the lamplight, identical profiles turned toward each other, speaking in voices too low for Watson to overhear, and he found himself thinking about the strange mathematics of twinship. How one fertilized egg, becoming two separate people, created bonds and complications that most humans never experienced. How looking at someone who shared your exact features might be like looking into a mirror that showed not reflection, but alternative possibility. The rubies remained in Holmes's custody, the leather pouch tucked securely in his coat pocket, waiting to begin their journey back to London and the Dowager Countess of Ashworth, who had presumably spent the past 3 days in considerable distress over their disappearance. The stones would return to a locked safe, their brief adventure concluded, reduced once again to mere property, valuable but inert, waiting for their next emergence into light and human desire. The Dover-Calais Express stood empty at the platform, its carriages being cleaned and prepared for the return journey, the drama of Compartment 5 already fading into the routine maintenance of travel infrastructure. The elderly widow had disappeared into the crowd, no doubt searching for someone new to regale with her tale of criminal intrigue and her own perspicacity in sensing wrongdoing. The perfume merchant, too, had vanished toward the ferry, probably still talking to anyone who would listen about the boldness of Parisian scents. And Watson stood beside Holmes, watching the Hartley brothers complete their brief goodbye, watching French officials prepare to escort them toward an uncertain future, measured in years of confinement, rather than Mediterranean freedom. And he thought about choices and consequences, about the long chains of cause and effect that connected decisions made in one moment to outcomes experienced in another. Another case concluded, Watson said softly to his friend. Not a case, exactly, Holmes replied. An accident, really. A chance encounter with criminality that happened to unfold in our vicinity. But yes, concluded satisfactorily enough. The rubies recovered, the thieves apprehended, justice following its prescribed course. One might say a perfect Victorian resolution. Order restored, property returned, wrongdoers punished according to law. You sound almost disappointed. Holmes smiled slightly. Not disappointed, merely noting that reality, when it resolves this neatly, lacks the interesting complications that make life worth observing. But perhaps that's enough philosophy for one evening. Shall we board the ferry, Watson? Paris still awaits, and we have a holiday to resume. They moved toward the waiting ferry, leaving behind the Hartley brothers and their collapsed dreams of retirement, leaving behind Compartment 5 and its secrets now exposed to light and consequence, leaving behind the Dover-Calais Express to continue its twice-daily journeys between nations, carrying the endless flow of human stories across ancient water that separated and connected in equal measure. The channel waited, dark and patient, ready to carry them forward into whatever came next. The ferry waited at the end of the harbour pier like a patient beast of burden, its dark hull rising from water that reflected the scattered lights of Dover's industrial waterfront in fragmented patterns. Here, a gas lamp stretched into a golden line. There, a ship's lantern became a wavering point of amber, all of it broken and reassembled by the gentle motion of the channel's surface. The vessel was one of the newer steam ferries that had replaced the older sailing packets, a testament to Victorian engineering's determination to impose schedule and certainty upon water that had, for millennia, operated according to its own rhythms of tide and weather. Holmes and Watson made their way along the pier with the slow procession of other passengers, transferring from the Dover-Calais Express their footsteps echoing on wooden planking that had been worn smooth by years of travellers making this same journey. The night air was cooler here, away from the shelter of the station, carrying with it the clean salt smell of open water and the underlying industrial tang of coal smoke from the ferry's stack. Above, stars had multiplied as the evening deepened into true night, constellations wheeling overhead in their ancient patterns, indifferent to the human dramas unfolding beneath their distant light. Behind them, on the platform, the Hartley brothers were being escorted toward a different vessel, a smaller police boat that would carry them directly to French custody, bypassing the public ferry entirely. Watson caught a final glimpse of them as he climbed the ferry's gangplank, two identical figures flanked by uniformed officials, their heads bowed, not in shame exactly, but in the exhausted resignation of men who had run a long race and finally been forced to stop. James raised his hand briefly in what might have been a wave, or merely an adjustment of his coat, and then they disappeared into the shadows between buildings, moving toward whatever waited on the other side of the channel. Interrogation rooms and holding cells, legal proceedings and eventual imprisonment. The machinery of justice grinding forward with the inexorable patience that institutions brought to processing human error. "Do you think they regret it?" Watson asked as they reached the ferry's deck, finding a position near the rail where they could watch Dover recede as the vessel prepared to depart. Not just tonight's failure, but the entire 20 years. The choice to become thieves rather than something else. Holmes considered the question, his sharp profile turned toward the harbour, where lights glimmered and reflected, creating a doubled world, solid structures above, liquid ghosts below. Regret is a complex emotion, Watson. I suspect they regret being caught, certainly. Whether they regret the choices that led to being caught is a different question entirely. Most criminals, in my experience, regret consequences rather than actions. They wish they hadn't been discovered, not that they hadn't committed the crime. That seems rather cynical. Perhaps, or perhaps merely realistic. Holmes pulled his coat tighter against the sea breeze, which had picked up as the ferry's crew made final preparations for departure. Consider the psychology of it. For 20 years, the Hartley brothers were successful. They stole with impunity, lived well on the proceeds, used their unusual gift, if we can call it that, to create a life that seemed preferable to legitimate alternatives. Success reinforced their choices at every stage. Why? Would they regret something that worked, that provided material comfort and intellectual satisfaction? Because it was wrong, Watson said, though he heard the inadequacy of the argument, even as he spoke it. Theft is theft, regardless of how successfully it's executed. Morally, certainly. But we're discussing psychology, not morality. And psychologically, success is a powerful teacher. It tells us that our methods work, that our choices were correct, that the path we've taken is the right one. Only failure forces reconsideration, and even then, many people simply conclude they should have been more careful, rather than fundamentally questioning their approach. The ferry's whistle sounded, a deep, mournful note that carried across the water and echoed back from the harbour buildings, a sound that seemed to belong more to the sea itself than to human machinery. The vessel shuddered slightly as its engines engaged, that particular vibration that told experienced travellers they were about to be underway. Crew members moved along the deck with practiced efficiency, securing loose items, checking that passengers were clear of moving parts, preparing the ferry for the crossing that it made twice daily, regardless of weather or circumstance. A floating bridge between nations that operated with the reliability of a train schedule. Dover began to slide backward, or perhaps it was the ferry moving forward. In those first moments of departure, the distinction became pleasantly ambiguous, a perceptual trick that reminded Watson of the fundamental strangeness of human travel. For most of history, crossing the Channel had been a significant undertaking, dependent on wind and weather, fraught with uncertainty about arrival time, or even arrival itself. Now, in the autumn of 1895, it was a scheduled event, listed in timetables, coordinated with railway departures, reduced to a matter of purchasing a ticket and boarding at the appointed hour. Progress, certainly. But something had been lost too, the sense of crossing being an adventure, a genuine transition between worlds rather than merely a slightly damp interruption in a railway journey. The ferry moved into open water with deliberate speed, leaving behind the shelter of the harbour and entering the channel proper. The motion changed immediately, no longer the gentle bob of protected waters, but the deeper, more insistent roll of genuine sea, waves that had travelled from somewhere and were going somewhere else, indifferent to the human vessel moving across their surface. Watson felt his stomach adjust to the new rhythm, that peculiar internal accommodation that sailors called finding your sea legs, and he gripped the rail with appreciation for its solidity. Holmes appeared entirely unaffected by the motion, standing at the rail with his usual composure, his grey eyes fixed on the widening gap between ferry and shore. The lights of Dover were already diminishing, becoming a loose constellation of points rather than distinct structures. And ahead, invisible in the darkness, France waited across 21 miles of water that had witnessed more history than most landbound locations could claim. "I've been thinking," Holmes said, his voice pitched to carry over the sound of wind and engine, "about the nature of illusion. The Hartley brothers built their entire life around creating false appearances, one man appearing to be in two places, injuries that weren't genuine injuries, deaths that weren't actual deaths. They understood, perhaps better than most, that reality is largely a matter of perception, that what people believe to be true often matters more than what is objectively true. But their illusions failed," Watson pointed out. "Reality reasserted itself, as it always does, eventually. Did it? Or did their illusions merely encounter someone trained to see through them?" Holmes turned to face his friend, his expression thoughtful in the dim light from the ferry's deck lamps. "Consider what would have happened had you and I not been aboard that train. The theatrical blood, the staged wound, the locked compartment. These might well have succeeded in creating the exact confusion the brothers intended. Thomas would have been removed at Calais, supposedly for medical treatment, and in the chaos of transfer he would have disappeared. James would have emerged from his hiding place once the compartment was empty and slipped away in the general confusion. The illusion would have held long enough to serve its purpose." "But we were aboard," Watson said, "which suggests their illusion was fundamentally flawed, dependent on luck rather than certainty." "All illusions are flawed, Watson. All deceptions contain the seeds of their own exposure. The question is whether they hold together long enough to accomplish their purpose before those flaws become apparent." Holmes paused, watching the water slide past the ferry's hull in patterns of foam and darkness. Magic tricks only work because they're brief. Extend them too long, give the audience too much time to observe and analyze, and the deception becomes obvious. The Hartley brothers needed their illusion to last perhaps 2 hours, from discovery to Calais. That's not unreasonable under normal circumstances. But circumstances weren't normal. They had you aboard. Holmes smiled slightly. They had a physician aboard, which was actually more problematic for their scheme. My involvement came secondary to your medical examination revealing inconsistencies. Had you not been present, had some rural doctor been summoned at Calais to examine Thomas, the deception might well have succeeded long enough for both brothers to escape. The fatal flaw wasn't in the illusion itself, but in failing to account for the presence of genuine expertise. The ferry ploughed onward through the darkness, its engine maintaining the steady rhythm that would carry them across the channel at the predictable speed that modern engineering had imposed upon ancient water. Other passengers had gathered on deck despite the cool night air, some at the rail watching the receding English coast, others clustered near the warmth of ventilation shafts that carried heat from the engine room below. Still others simply standing in quiet contemplation of the crossing's strange suspension between departure and arrival, neither here nor there, but somewhere in between. Watson found himself thinking about the rubies, still tucked in Holmes's coat pocket, 7 stones that had set in motion such an elaborate chain of events. They were beautiful objects, certainly. The brief glimpse he'd had of them in Compartment 5 had revealed their extraordinary colour and clarity, but they were also just stones, crystallized minerals, objects to which humans had assigned value for reasons that were partly practical and partly aesthetic, and partly simply cultural convention. The Dowager Countess of Ashworth presumably loved them for their beauty, or their family significance, or merely for their monetary worth. The Hartley brothers had wanted them purely for their exchangeable value, the £20,000 they represented. But the stones themselves cared nothing for any of this. They were indifferent objects, beautiful and inert, simply existing in whatever location circumstances placed them. "What will happen to them?" Watson asked, gesturing vaguely toward Holmes's pocket. "The rubies, I mean, after they're returned to the Countess?" "She'll place them back in her safe, presumably with improved security measures. They'll sit in darkness, waiting for whatever occasions she deems worthy of their display. Important dinners, significant social events, perhaps to be admired privately on quiet evenings, when she wants to remind herself of wealth and status. They're prisoners of their own value, really, too precious to wear casually, too expensive to risk losing, so they spend most of their existence locked away, occasionally brought out for brief performances before being returned to captivity." Rather melancholy when you put it that way. "Most wealth is melancholy when examined closely," Holmes observed. "Possessions possess us as much as we possess them. The Countess must protect her rubies, insure them, worry about them, ensure they're not stolen, as indeed they were, briefly. The stones create obligations, anxieties, complications. One might argue she'd be happier without them, except that humans rarely think that way about valuable objects. We believe they make us happier, even when evidence suggests otherwise." The moon had risen higher now, its crescent shape climbing the eastern sky, and its light touched the channel's surface with silver, creating a path that stretched from the ferry toward the horizon, bright and wavering, constantly breaking apart and reforming as waves moved through it. It was the same moon that had witnessed countless channel crossings. Romans invading Britain, Normans conquering England, refugees fleeing revolutions, merchants moving goods, lovers travelling toward reunions, criminals seeking escape. The water beneath it was the same water, moving according to the same tides, following the same patterns it had followed for millennia, before humans learned to cross it, and would follow for millennia after humans were gone. Watson felt the familiar sense of temporal vertigo that sometimes struck him in such moments, the awareness of being a small, temporary presence in a world that was vast and old and would continue long after his individual existence had concluded. It was simultaneously humbling and liberating, this perspective, reminding him that his concerns and troubles, while real and important to him, were also minute in the grand scheme of things, drops of experience in an ocean of time. "Do you ever wonder," Watson asked, "what the point of it all is? Not just the Hartley brothers and their schemes, but all of it. Crime and investigation, theft and recovery, the endless cycle of people trying to take what isn't theirs and others working to stop them." Holmes was quiet for a moment, his eyes on the moon's reflected path across the water. When he spoke, his voice carried a note of something Watson couldn't quite identify. Not quite sadness, not quite acceptance, but something in between. "I think the point, Watson, is that we must act as if it matters, even when we suspect it might not. The alternative, believing that nothing matters, that all human effort is futile, leads to paralysis or nihilism or simple despair. So we investigate crimes, we return stolen property, we apprehend thieves, we write up cases, we maintain the fiction that justice and order are possible, even when the evidence suggests they're merely temporary impositions on fundamental chaos." "That's rather bleak, Holmes." "Is it? I find it oddly comforting, actually. If nothing ultimately matters in some cosmic sense, then we're free to decide what matters to us personally, to create meaning through our choices and actions, rather than waiting for meaning to be provided by external authority. The Hartley brothers chose to be thieves. I choose to be an investigator. You choose to be both physician and chronicler. None of these choices have ultimate significance, but they have personal significance, and perhaps that's enough." The French coast had begun to appear ahead, not yet distinct structures, but a suggestion of land, a darkness that was somehow different from the darkness of water, a solidity that the eye could sense even before it could actually see. Calais waited there, with its own harbour lights, its own industrial infrastructure, its own stories of arrival and departure. The ferry moved toward it with mechanical certainty, indifferent to philosophical questions, simply performing the function for which it had been designed, carrying people and cargo from one shore to another, serving as bridge between nations, making the foreign accessible and the distant near. Other passengers had begun moving toward the bow, preparing for arrival, gathering belongings, anticipating the transition from sea to land. The elderly widow from the train appeared briefly at the rail, still talking to anyone within earshot about the extraordinary events aboard the Dover-Calais Express, her version of the story growing more dramatic with each retelling. The perfume merchant stood alone near the stern, smoking a cigarette, its glowing tip bright against the darkness, perhaps contemplating the reception his products would receive in English markets, or perhaps simply enjoying the solitude of a sea crossing at night. Watson felt the weight of fatigue settling over him. not just physical tiredness, but the deeper exhaustion that came from emotional intensity. From witnessing human drama in close quarters, from confronting questions of morality and choice and consequence. It had been a long evening, beginning with the simple pleasure of boarding a train for a holiday journey and ending with recovered rubies, apprehended thieves, and philosophical discussions about the nature of meaning and illusion. "When we reach Paris," Watson said, "can we please have a quiet few days? Museums and cafes, perhaps a decent meal or two, no mysteries, no crimes, no elaborate schemes to unravel?" Holmes laughed, a sound of genuine amusement that was rare enough to be remarkable. "I make no promises, Watson. Mysteries have a habit of finding us regardless of our intentions. But yes, I'll do my best to simply be a tourist for a while. We can admire art, drink wine, pretend to appreciate French cuisine while secretly missing Mrs. Hudson's roast, and behave like normal people on holiday rather than consulting detectives perpetually embroiled in criminal investigation." "That sounds perfect," Watson said, and meant it. The ferry began to slow as it approached Calais harbour, its engine throttling back, its momentum gradually decreasing as pilot and captain navigated the final approach. Lights multiplied ahead, the harbour's infrastructure revealing itself in detail. Cranes and warehouses, moored ships and patrol boats, the organised chaos of a major port operating through the night. Somewhere in that confusion, the Hartley brothers were already being processed through French bureaucracy. Their brief adventure concluded, their retirement plans postponed indefinitely by the iron requirements of justice. The rubies in Holmes's pocket would soon begin their own journey back to London, travelling under guard, documented and catalogued, evidence and property simultaneously. 7 stones that had briefly tasted freedom before being returned to captivity in a locked safe. And the Dover-Calais Express would make tomorrow's journey with different passengers, different stories, different secrets, travelling at 60 miles per hour through the Kent countryside toward the channel that separated and connected nations in equal measure. But for now, in this moment suspended between England and France, between evening and late night, between the conclusion of one adventure and whatever would come next, Holmes and Watson stood together at the ferry's rail and watched Calais grow closer. 2 friends, comfortable in companionable silence, content to let the world move at its own pace while they simply observed its motion. The ferry bumped gently against the pier with the soft collision of arrival, crew members securing lines, extending gangplanks, completing the mechanical rituals that transformed a vessel at sea into a bridge to land. Passengers began to disembark, moving in the slow procession that characterized people who had been confined to a ship's deck, and were now eager for the solidity of ground beneath their feet. Holmes and Watson waited until the initial rush had passed, then made their own way down the gangplank and onto French soil, or, at least, onto French pier planking, which amounted to the same thing legally, if not literally. The air here smelled different, though whether from actual atmospheric variation or simply psychological adjustment to being in a different country, Watson couldn't quite determine. France smelled like France, his mind insisted, though he couldn't have articulated what that meant beyond a certain quality of coal smoke and sea air, and the promise of coffee and pastries in the morning. They walked along the pier toward the lights of Calais proper, where a train would wait to carry them onward to Paris, where hotels and museums and quiet cafes waited, where they could simply be tourists for a while, rather than detectives and chroniclers of criminal investigation. The stars wheeled overhead, indifferent to national boundaries, shining on England and France with equal disregard for human distinctions. The channel behind them continued its eternal motion, waves following waves, the same pattern repeated infinitely, the same water moving according to the same physics it had always moved according to and always would. And somewhere in the night, the Hartley brothers sat in separate cells, identical faces turned toward uncertain futures, contemplating the weight of choices made over 20 years and the speed with which elaborate plans could collapse into simple consequences. The rubies would return to their owner, justice would follow its prescribed course, and the world would continue turning as it always had, carrying with it the accumulated weight of human stories, some tragic, some triumphant, some merely curious footnotes in the larger narrative of people trying to navigate the space between desire and reality, between what they wanted and what they could actually have. "Come along, Watson," Holmes said, his voice carrying warmth and the promise of rest. "Paris awaits, and I believe we've earned some peace after tonight's unexpected drama. Let us find somewhere comfortable to sleep and wake up tomorrow, as simple tourists with nothing more pressing than deciding which museum to visit." "That," Watson agreed, "sounds like the perfect plan." They walked on through the Calais night, two figures among many, their adventure concluded, their friendship solid, their future uncertain but faced together. And behind them, the Channel continued its ancient work of separating and connecting, indifferent to human drama, patient and eternal, waiting for the next crossing, the next story, the next small moment in the endless flow of time and tide and human consequence. The Dover-Calais Express would run again tomorrow, carrying new passengers toward new destinations, new secrets concealed in new luggage, new stories waiting to unfold in the space between departure and arrival. But that was tomorrow's concern, tomorrow's mystery, tomorrow's adventure. For now there was only the night and rest, and the gentle promise that morning would bring coffee and croissants, and the simple pleasure of waking up in Paris with nothing more demanding than deciding how to spend a day. The crimson compartment stood empty now, being cleaned and prepared for tomorrow's passengers, its secrets exposed and resolved, its drama concluded. And somewhere in London, the Dowager Countess of Ashworth would soon receive news that her rubies had been recovered, that justice had been served, that order had been restored to a world briefly disrupted by twin brothers and theatrical blood and the eternal human tendency to want what wasn't theirs. The moon continued its arc across the sky, marking time with ancient precision, caring nothing for human stories, but illuminating them all the same, silver light falling equally on the just and unjust, the successful and failed, the sleeping and wakeful, turning the world below into a study of light and shadow, clarity and mystery, known and unknown. And in that uncertain space between what we see and what we understand, between what happens and what it means, the story ended where all stories end, not with final answers, but with the promise that tomorrow would bring new questions, new mysteries, new opportunities to choose and act and discover what we're capable of becoming when faced with the endless possibilities of existence. The Channel crossing was complete. Paris waited ahead. And the adventure of the Crimson Compartment had become simply another story, told between friends, preserved in memory and soon to be preserved in words. One more case in the remarkable catalogue of Sherlock Holmes's investigations. One more reminder that truth, however obscured by illusion and misdirection, ultimately reveals itself to those with eyes trained to see it. Rest well, travellers. Morning comes soon enough, bringing with it all the promise and peril that daylight allows. The story is told, the mystery is solved. Sleep now, and dream of rubies and railways, of twins and theatrical blood, of the moment when elaborate plans meet simple observation and truth. Emerges from shadow into light. That's our story tonight. Perhaps you're drifting off beneath the soft glow of Lisbon, the quiet night air of Honolulu, the warm evening lights of Vienna, or the gentle ocean breeze of Sydney. If this tale brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights wrapped in peaceful stillness. Let the night hold you softly. Let your thoughts float free. Let your dreams wander quietly into the stars. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.